Hey, Data. Close enough that, yeah, I think we're gonna have to paint up. I'm gonna have to paint two of them. Now, to be fair, one of them is already basically based, so that saves me a lot of time. Hey, what's up, Griffin? Welcome, welcome. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Let's... Well, first I have to break down my little stage here. Works well for pictures. Can't really paint on it. All right. So we've got 2 minis tonight. Should be fun. One and let's see here. I can see this one being annoying until it gets based. But I think did I prime it already? Yeah, so look at that. Way ahead of the game. All right. So we've got the base to sculpt for the guy with the whip. The other one is fully sculpted on the base, so that'll save some time. And I just figure that it'd be kind of interesting, not knowing exactly where this will go, but I thought it'd be kind of fun to try tackling 2 miniatures from the perspective of, obviously, as loose as it gets, how are these characters related? And as we figure one of them out, maybe we'll figure out the other one, and just see where those ideas go. So the base on Cat Monk here is very sort of stone and petal. I think I'm interpreting some sort of like vines or roots, or maybe some ivy coming through there. So kind of temple location. I think I've got some 3D print scraps that I still need to clean up. For whatever reason, I looked at this, I don't know, fighter. This aggressive, nefarious character. For whatever reason, I was like, ooh, like red dirt and rock or something like that. That was like the vibe that I was getting. Like wherever this is, it's a, you know, it's like this guy's, wherever he's fighting, it's on Mars. Now I don't know if that'll change, but I think that means the base needs to be decently rocky, I think. So maybe I'll get that started, because especially with his pose, it'll actually be easier getting him on the base sooner rather than later. Might as well. Let's see here. Because I think his position, yeah, it's not really going to get very tricky. So we can probably get away with getting him on there pretty quick once I get some basic rocks and stuff down. Yep. That's the plan. Also, it's like, oh, they have some skulls over here. Those might be kind of fun on the base. If we're going with, like, you know, two characters, contrasting characters in some way, to have one that's sort of zen monked out and the other one on a base of skulls, that kind of feels right. I can find the right type of skulls, like got some of those cracked heads. Certainly looks like he's been cracking some heads. Some incomplete top halves there. I think I'm gonna do some big rocks primarily. See where they land. It just depends. It just depends. It's more, it's not exactly like a first. It's more like I go back and forth. So if I can get the base started, then I can go like prime a mini and then come back and prime a base and then go back and start painting a thing. It's just a back and forth, back and forth. I certainly can. Don't see why not. Orange with some white. It's been a really long time. I'm sure something like that had happened. Nothing that sticks out in my mind, but it helps having very distinct containers. So for a long time, I've had one of these like Citadel water cups and it being very different from my coffee mug helps. Hey, Tess. Thanks. Yeah, this one's neat. The one back there with the whip. Be interesting to see how we find a connection between the two. As we sort of paint and get to know them. Hey, Swiffer. All right, we'll give you another shot. The monk? I'm not sure what the relationship is between the two characters yet. I'm not even sure who this character is yet. It does. What's up, Sebastian? Your first game. That's exciting. What's it about? What's the context? What's the situation? Scum and villainy. Cool. What is drawing you to that? A setting similar to lower decks. Simple enough system, I won't have to keep track of that many things. Just want to do a space theme campaign. Makes sense. don't know if other people out there with glasses can relate to this, but as somebody who has just kind of generally bad vision, I'm jealous of people whose vision is pretty good. What would it be? I guess it'd be if they're nearsighted. Because I think it's really cool when people are like, oh, I need to look at this. And it's like, it's like, man, it must be fun to be able to like play with your glasses. Like they just have to be here if I'm going to see stuff. It's a broken sword. What up? She just got a small restock on Dark Water, so I grabbed one. Those sculpts. Nice. Hey, buddy. Okay. Okay, so we have some rocks super glued here. Crane, you can stay if you chill. If you chill, you can stay. You can't climb around. Enough of your hair on the table already. Hey, great. Great H. Used to be terribly nearsighted, couldn't see things far away. You got LASIK. Now you can see things far away, but you can't bring objects like 3 to 4 inches to my face to see those tiny details. Ugh. That's a trade-off. Oh, is it doing it again? Oh, no, sorry. Yeah. You like the videos? That's great. I'm glad. Hope to release some more scripted content soon, but in the meantime, I'm glad there's an audience for the clips coming in from past streams. But yeah, what question do you have? Great H, happy to help. Wait, who did I pick? I picked, really everybody picked, 2 minis. You've been working on an idea for a big bad. He was once an ancient hero that saved humanity, faded into legend. Now he's trying to save humanity again, but in a misguided way. How do you go about making a big bad powerful, legendary, and actually present in the story? Couple things come to mind. So, for a big bad to be powerful, you know, they have to be able to actually do things. They have to be able to actually change things and sort of enact their will, right? So there has to be, you know, stories don't hurt, right? Tales of what they do, but if you really want to land it, you know, it's like the old adage, you want to show, not tell. So, in terms of building up a big bad, well, you know, odds are you're going to start in a small town with small problems, you know, introduce the players to the world in whatever place they begin. Probably when the story really is ready to kick off, something that they know and love should be changed or impacted dramatically. You know, something to really kind of show that before and after. And then let that keep sort of happening. Now, if you show it happen, if you show some sort of change by the big bad once, you can get away with telling about it more so in the future. So, you know, by that I mean, like, you could have that opening town, the party meets and, you know, kind of gets their bearings, and they go off on their first adventure, and they come back, and, you know, it's burned to the ground. Who did this? And then in the future, maybe this big bad just has a thing for fire. They find out how things have been scorched, things have been turned to ash. Fire elementals wreaking havoc. They kind of get a sense of the signature damage that this big bad does. In terms of making them legendary, so I don't know your story, but when you talk about once an ancient hero that saved humanity, faded into legend, and now he's trying to save humanity again, to me, that would make me want to try to kind of orchestrate a story where the legend is a tale of two. Kind of ironic, even though we're painting 2 miniatures tonight. And it's a tale of two because there was a legendary hero that was felled by a horrible villain, and that villain is back. But the more that the party comes to learn about the story of that legendary hero And the more that they learn about this new big bad, maybe they start to notice some similarities. And it turns out the legend is a little bit confused because, you know, sort of like dropping an old moniker and taking a new one, becoming Darth Vader or whatever. Once a hero did sort of put the hero away because maybe like, hey, those tactics aren't working. I need to be willing to go further. I need a new name. You know, I don't feel right carrying my shield anymore. Like things that were found and told the story of like the felled hero when really it was the same guy the whole time. That would be really exciting to try to like hint at. And then you've got, you know, the legend of hero and villain and current villain, but you're telling the same story. It's all the same. It's all the same person. That's obviously super tactical. I don't know your exact story, but that's what came to mind. In terms of actually having a villain present in the story, obviously it's tricky, right? Because no matter how legendary or how awesome, you know, you put the party and the villain together and somebody's not going to make it out. You're either going to make the villain too strong and then the party wipes, or you're going to make it just right and it's going to be tight and it's going to be back and forth, it's going to be tough, and then probably the villain's going to be gone. So that's no good. So the villain really needs minions, and I don't mean minions like in the 4th edition sense, like, yeah, that is fun, but I'm talking more about like they need acolytes, they need lieutenants, they need to have followers. And those followers themselves should have some identities, and maybe they're sort of imitating, you know, the person they're following. Like for instance, let's say that the ancient hero was scarred at one point fighting some big monster and saving a town. And so, man, it's pretty peculiar actually when we stopped the villain's henchman, or we stopped the, you know, the lieutenant of the big bad villain. He had a scar just like that ancient hero. That's really weird. What a coincidence. It's like, well, it's because the villain has that too, and these henchmen, and maybe one in particular, they're trying to look like him, so they're picking up those traits. So that can really help. The tough balance is that what you want to figure out, I guess, is what are going to be the phases of what's the villain's disposition towards the party? Because you imagine if you have a big, threatening, horrible villain and the party is level 4, if he's aware and thinks they're a threat, then no problem, right? So there has to be, preoccupation. There has to be something that's keeping the villain busy. Perhaps there's maybe there's even a reason that he would stay away, or he or she, I don't really know. One also great tactic, I've never used this in a game, so proceed with caution, but I think it'd be really fun if a villain who was maybe particularly crafty or even paranoid had a certain number of their followers either magically or physically modified to appear to be them. What if there were impersonators, intentional impersonators all throughout the kingdom? How pissed would the party be tracking down and defeating the villain only to find, instructions for how to imitate the villain in like a mask or something, or maybe there's an active illusion. They see they down the villain, they see the face ripple away and it wasn't him. Ooh, boy, that'll tick a party off. Your story, the hero saved humanity, seen as a savior, disappears, became a lich, trying to save humanity from death by merging them into a collective consciousness, Borg style. Well, there we go. Okay, collective consciousness. So, your villain is many. Your villain is Legion. I would lean way into that. Definitely. Hey, Wolf. Ryanime indeed. Just having a conversation this week about how I, like, when I'm telling people my channel in person, I was like, I need to have some sort of piece of paper or business card that tells them. It's really hard to tell people, well, it's my name and then DMs, Ryan, and let me just write it down. Doesn't come up every day, but when it does, it's like, oh, I need to solve this problem. I'm adding more glue to the top because it'll help lock in, hold all of these pieces. When you glue certain types of like flock down, you want to glue it underneath and then glue it on top, and that'll make it a lot more stable. Yep, yeah, those are resin prints. This particular flock is, you can kind of see it there in the background. This is, I believe, the like Battle Earth stuff from I forget the company. I move everything into these little containers, so I don't have the brand or whatever on me. But all the flock that I've ever bought, I've only ever had to buy once and then never again, because it lasts so long. Like, this may last me ages, because I, you know, at least until I do some kind of massive board, it just. So you really can't go wrong. There's most flock out there is just fine. I'm not very picky. I like having a variety, and I think the biggest container that I ever bought was maybe like $12, and I've had it for years. So yeah. Looking up, I can see a brand, Woodland Scenics. I have a bunch of grass flock from them. But I also know there are a bunch of new players in the flock. Can't remember their names right now, but there are definitely some I've seen on YouTube kind of make their own stuff, and it looks pretty good. But in any case, blanket tonight. Yeah, it probably is. Good call, Constructs. I'm sure. kids, yeah, even 9-month-old, and haven't been able to game since born. How do you balance it? It's a challenge. Yeah, I have 2 kids. Not quite that young, but young. And you know, I mean, it's late nights. You know, since the kids, we've definitely played a lot more remotely because it's convenient. I can play and be done. It's a lot easier than hosting a game, even though I obviously love doing that. It's tough. It's hard. I don't think I have any like very useful tricks for it. It's a challenge. Okay. So this hair is wild. So cool. So we got to do something neat with that. Could even do like something like stark, like white hair, maybe. Yeah, sleep less. There's the answer. Or even more like fiery. Maybe it's like orange and red. I'm getting sort of the hair. The hair takes me to like a Genasi type of place for this character, or for this I guess for this like character type. Certainly some sort of like pale skin. Aw, thanks, Data. You feel gith? Okay. Could be. So what, that'd be like pretty dark hair then, right? Wolf, it's funny you say that with the one-on-one sort of solo or duet play. That was how my wife and I learned to play D&D. And at one point, yeah, sitting there with a tiny little baby. We have pictures. Me running D&D for her, for Ashley as we learned how to play. We did that for about a year or so back when we were first learning the game. I think it's a great way to run. It's also a great way to really find out quickly all of your weaknesses as a dungeon master, really, really fast, because there's not a lot of places in a one-on-one type of scenario. There's not a whole lot of places to hide. There's a lot of there are a lot more elements at play when you're running for a table of, say, 6 people. You know, if you're weaker in some areas, then you've got a bunch of people that are going to sort of help and support that game. And one-on-one, it's like, nope, you gotta have an answer to this right now. There's no waiting. Which is really good. It's a fun process. I knew somebody would ask. I knew at one point. Let me see if I still have the picture. I didn't double check that I still had it. I'm almost positive that I have identified it, because this is one that I almost painted at one point in the past. Hold. This is an Ashen Inquisitor by Artisan Guild. Guy with the whip. Oh, really, Wolf? That's great. Glad to hear it. And you know what? I'm not sure that I have looked up. The monk yet. because I pulled it out earlier, and I'm pretty sure that Ashley picked up, or somebody, or maybe I did. Pretty sure this came from like a booth somewhere, like somebody selling printed minis. I don't think I have I'm gonna take a picture of it. So I'll have to check on the I'll have to check on the cat monk. I don't have that top of mind. My first design issue with the new wall of supporters, the tower that I started working on last night, is that I'm like, oh, this is like, it's like I have a literal wall in between me and all of my miniature paints. So that's gonna take some getting used to. Certainly seems to be nefarious. Oh, really? You'd actually play as this? Oh, well, that's exciting. Oh, Ganondorf. Well, we could use that as inspiration. I'm already kind of putting him in a sort of a red desert, rocky, rocky terrain. And I think what's interesting is trying to come up with a story that encompasses both of these characters. I'm tempted to do a hero and villain type of thing, but if that's too obvious, we can keep digging. Well, it'd be Ganondorf. He doesn't. It's not Ganon until he transforms into the pig monster, which doesn't even happen in. Anyway, it's so frustrating that Ganondorf had like a really great showing with Matt Mercer in Tears of the Kingdom, and the story was just kind of so screwy and messed with weird timeline stuff and just blah 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 blah. So many frustrations with all of that. Yeah, I'm getting some real like gladiator barbarian vibes from this guy. Wolf, you couldn't finish it. Well, I'm glad that I did, because it had a strong ending, you know, kind of villain fight, and you know, a fine enough cinematic like final fight. You know, there was one aspect of the ending that I absolutely hated. It's just there's a great if you like two things. If you like Batman, it's going to seem like a weird tangent. If you like Batman, and if you are familiar at all or like Kevin Smith, if you look up on YouTube, he has some. It's probably on his site too, but it's a lot easier to find on YouTube. He has some great commentaries for the old Batman movies. In '89, Batman Forever. I'm pretty sure he did Batman and Robin. I'm not sure if they ever did Batman Begins. And there's a thing that Kevin Smith says when he talks about these movies, because he's like one of the biggest Batman fans ever. So it's just fun to listen to him talk about Batman. And he'll talk about things that he liked in these, you know, old movies. But he'll also call out things where it's like, come on, this is like the first Batman movie. Like, this is like your one shot. This is what you're gonna do, you know, with that opportunity. This is like you only get to make your first Batman movie once. You only get to do this or that once. And that kind of his voice, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, when it's like, you only get to, this is really what we're gonna do with the Ganondorf story. Like, this is, you got the character, you're using him again, you're sort of revisiting these old stories. You've got Matt Mercer voicing. You've got this amazing world. Is this really, this is all we're gonna do? You know, got the follow up to one of arguably the best Zelda game ever, and it's like, we're like, this is the story that we're gonna do. Spoilers, I guess, for Tears of the Kingdom. Give you guys a couple seconds if you don't step away for a moment, but I couldn't believe that the game would even bother turning Zelda into a dragon if they weren't going to hold to it. How could they screw that up so substantially? Because that alone could have saved the game's story for me. That alone. Because when it actually happened, and I was one of the lucky few that it wasn't totally spoiled based on the order that I learned the story, it's like crazy impactful. Like it's like a holy crap, what a sacrifice. And then you see in the sky, and then that's how you retrieve the sword, and you do all these amazing things. I'm just sitting there at the end. I'm like, don't do it. Don't have her be saved. Let the sacrifice happen. This is the same thing that happens in D&D sometimes, where it's like you have to have that voice in your head where it's like, DM me, don't screw up, let the thing happen, even if it kind of sucks in some way, or even if it's sad, or even if it's whatever. No, we're gonna miss that character. Just like, let the bad thing happen, because it gives everything else weight, it gives everything else gravity. And that whole sequence and Zelda as a character between both games would have been completely legitimized and not even legitimized isn't the word, but it would have been like validated as a story if they would have just let her be, you know, the princess that was. Super amazing heroic story. I guess it still is anyway, but it's kind of it's dampened a bit when she's just saved in the end. It's like, oh, okay. And it brings out so many more wild questions where it's like, okay, so you're just yourself again. Like, Zelda, I feel like your brain would be like melted or broken, because even if we're like magic timey-wimey, you're back to yourself again, you just spent eons as a dragon. What does that do to a person? Like, how can you make more Legends of Zelda if there's no more Zelda? Plenty of Zelda games have not had Zelda in it. Plenty. But yeah, I get your point. That's probably what they're like. Come on, we want people to keep, you know, the character. We got to keep it around. I just think Zelda as a badass dragon was a great story. Right. Yeah, her story was so cool. Like, tragic, but also kind of like she's got the sacrifice and all the stuff. Like, I was there for it. I was like, this is so like hauntingly sad and beautiful, and she's been up there the whole time. I loved it. I loved it until they took it away. and it doesn't almost feel like a cheap tactic that like we would use in one of our games. No offense to all of us DMs, but doesn't it feel like some kind of cheap story ploy to like, okay, so they're back in the past. How can I get them back to the present? Okay, I guess they took a trip as a dragon. They flew around as a dragon for 10,000 years or whatever. Who cares? Anyway, they're here now. Bada bing, bada boom. They're back. They're totally fine. They're wearing what they were before. It's all totally cool. There's no sort of transition period. There's no kind of like, hey, we're not sure if this is gonna work. It just, boom, done. That's true, Construct. They're not known for that type of story, but I think they got my hopes up because they also weren't known for making a game like Breath of the Wild, right? And so it's like, ooh, what are they willing to do? And then it's like, oh, they're not willing to go that far. Okay. Not in the story department. Yeah, that's fair. It's not really their thing. I don't know. It sold it for me. The health bar breaking the screen was pretty awesome, and the fact that Ganondorf could do the type of moves, like the surprise kind of moment when Ganondorf does the bullet time move is like another one of those kind of like holy shit game moments. I was like, all right, game, I'm here for it. I just kind of picked a color that seemed like it would be pale. And here we are. That's where we find ourselves. This color is called Pallid Bone. I said, oh, Pallid Bone. That should work. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely don't stress out about that. No, we're discovering it as we go. Pretty impressive. Happy anniversary. Hey, Stripey. Thank you much. It's kind of a miracle that any sort of communication is ever successful. Like, to think about, like, you know, what it takes to go from the mesh of sort of like feelings and thoughts that I think I understand in my brain, and then we vibrate and turn these difficult to comprehend, let alone describe, into sort of these like sounds to somebody else who hears them. We hope in a way that allows them to translate and then understand, their version of what we're saying, and hoping that we're like mapping the two minds. It's an incredible magic trick somewhere along the lines with like the trick of consciousness itself, and like what even is all of this. The idea that we're barking at each other, making sounds that we interpret into words, and then we map those into things that happen in our brains. That it's wild. The armor, the same color as the, I don't know yet. I kind of decide one at a time. Trying to like break down the elements of this shield. Like, it felt like carved wood to me, because this is now feeling sort of like barbarian, with a whip type of vibe. But then over here at the top, definitely some sort of magical sort of eye piece. Maybe it's some sort of, maybe I would just interpret it as like different, like painted, different types of wood, maybe. Maybe that's the way to think about it. Oh, gotcha. I see why you're asking. Yeah, I'll definitely follow up with some finer details where I can. Yeah, I've tried that a little bit sometimes, but I wouldn't say that I consistently do it. How I read Inquisitor and heavily armored as barbarian. Yeah. We live in a crazy world. I'm speaking more to maybe less strictly to the rules, I guess I should say. I can certainly conceive of barbarians that would. Thank you. Glad that worked out. See a construct. You gave me a lot of good tips on that one. Definitely course corrected that creature. I did find the other one. I actually have a second giant hamster, so I'm going to have to do that in a different style at some point. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Painting 2 minis and figuring out the story that connects them both. Is it hero and villain? And which one would be which? Maybe it's partners? That could be kind of interesting. Maybe they represent a before and after. Which way, you decide. Family friend turned evil. Tabaxi's getting revenge. Yeah. Could be. Could certainly be. Outcasts ended up as bandits. Elf and evil redeemed themselves. Oh, elf and evil Tabaxi. Cats as thieves. So outcasts, that kind of takes me to like they were both orphaned. We have two orphans. They both became very different types of Batman. We've got two, or Catman, I suppose. Because it's certainly, hey Pop, welcome to the stream, doing great. Kind of feels like, you know, orphans kind of rejects, each taking very different responses. One rage, and the other one zen, which doesn't, by the way, necessitate rage being bad or wrong, or that zen is necessarily good. We could play against form, actually. Ren, you have a question. Say you wanted to make a tabletop mini in D&D scale of Ginormica for monsters versus aliens for a campaign, but the scale for one is 238 millimeters. What would be the best way to make it? I don't know. Don't worry too much about scale. That'd be my advice. Make something that feels big. I'd have to look up a picture of Ginormica. Pop 12, a few questions. Which system do I play? How long do you prefer to be a game master or player? Primarily 5th edition D&D. Been playing for 6 or 7 years, give or take. And I'm a game master. I've played maybe 5% of the time. It's very rare. It's fun. I like it. I think I can be a good player at a table. I think I can have fun focusing on a character and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I'm a dungeon master. That's my jam. I think it's the most fun at the table. That's where I want to be. I figure the world needs more, you know, unrepentant forever DMs. First ever game is mad fun. You know what it is? It's so cool. It's so cool. Spelljammer, their first ever D&D. That's one of the, I think, most fun things in the world, is introducing new people to the game and sort of seeing at what point they sort of get it, you know? Getting people hooked. I love that. boy. Quite a few. Not sending you away, but if you're looking for sort of a whole host of ideas and different things, most of the videos that I've posted on my channel are clips from streams like this, and I try to title them as often as I can, like exactly what we like, the question that was asked, or like exactly what the topic was, and they're all like 5 minutes long or whatever, and so it's a good way to get sort of like a sense of what's, because basically it's one thing that we talk about a lot here. But I would say that be ambitious, do crazy stuff, break the rules, and treat D&D as a canvas. It's just this big kind of creative play space, and the rules and all that stuff, it'll help convince everybody that it's a big grown-ups game. It's fine, we're just playing pretend. All the dice and the rules and the character sheets and what do we do last time, it's all just to get people into the mindset and accept the fact that we're all going to play pretend together. And once that's the conceit, once you're there, we can do all sorts of stuff. And I think that's where it gets really exciting. Very cool. It's a lot of fun. A lot of new folks starting. Also, my Discord, would highly recommend. Obviously, I'm biased, but there's a lot of creative folks, players and dungeon masters both, crafters, people playing all sorts of different games, and I think it's a pretty neat community. I only actually pass out the invite on these streams, so it's a very kind of slow growing place, which is nice. Hey, Reepsy. What do you mean? What's the deal? We don't have a name yet. But we're sort of building these two minis as related characters. And I think what I'm liking so far is an idea that they were once orphans, street urchins maybe, together. And they have each responded to their adversity in different ways. I kind of like the idea that the dude on the left is a bit of a hothead, but is actually more moral than the calm Zen one on the right. Like, from the beginning, these kind of felt like hero and villain, but I think it's more fun if we switch based on their appearance. It's like, what if the Zen master is the one to be worried about? You know? Jonathan, you tend to buy minis with purpose for games and just buy hopeful additions. Do you contend with a similar obsession? I'll take minis from anywhere. Board games, 3D printed. Sometimes I'll, if it's a big chonky monster, I might try to sculpt it myself. I'm not picky. I have, plenty of gray stuff to pull from. No shortage of things to paint, which I like, and I don't often go hunting for stuff because if I need miniatures, I'll just go look in my bins. But if I'm, at my local game store, I try to, stay flexible, and like if I see something that basically my rule of thumb is if there's a miniature that inspires me and I go ooh, then I try to get it if I can. I mean, I imagine that, if these two characters, if these minis, if these characters were orphaned for similar reasons, maybe it's a some sort of guild or gang or cult or something that's responsible for why they're orphans, or maybe whatever adversity the city went through that led to them kind of being on their own. And so maybe we've got sort of a more of like a freedom fighter on the left, and on the right, what if our monk, what if our cat monk here is gonna like co-opt the cult? What if it's what if they're gonna use them for their own purposes? Well, especially because it's like, these are NPCs in the world that maybe the party has to choose who to affiliate with, and maybe at face value it's like, well, clearly the monk's an obvious choice. Panther Tabaxi, that would be pretty slick, actually. I think I wanted to go orange, but I'm ending up with a lot of orange colors on this guy, so maybe not so much. Hey, what's up, Daniel? See, I feel like the monk could be like completely convincing, like, you know, the party's about to get into an altercation with members of this crazy cult. The monk comes in and, you know, quiets them, and maybe it's a little bit like, whoa, how does he? It's like he just completely calms them down. You know, has his acolytes usher them away, and it's like, listen, I believe in I believe in rehabilitation. There's no reason to spill more blood on the streets. And then later, you know, the party's leaving the monastery, and they see that guy like totally now, you know, robed up already, like drinking the monk's Kool-Aid. Part of the, it's like, are we totally cool with his methods here? I mean, rehabilitation, but is that person just been like brainwashed? Sorry, Daniel. I don't know. Don't know what you're saying. Can't help you. Sorry. This whip was bothering me. I want it to be lighter. Big brain techniques from Gibson. Yeah, a little bit. You know what? Maybe the cat should be orange, and maybe that's what brought them together. Maybe that's the first thing that they had in common. Oh man, I don't remember. What if both of these characters? I wonder if there's something like kind of really strange that they both have like partial knowledge of. Like, what if they, you know, what if together they know the location of like the orphanage's treasure stash? You know, the exact location they each have half of the information for, so they're not willing to off the other one because they, you know, somehow hope to be able to combine what they know and find it. It's like this is now becoming, these characters have like, it's like two different vigilante forces that have this like desert city on high alert. Like these, you know, well, I guess there'd be three factions because there'd be whatever sort of sand cult is responsible for all the trouble in the first place. But now, you know, these two vigilantes who aren't willing to take each other out, but have very different approaches to dealing with that third party. Creates a fun dynamic. See you, Griffin. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you next time. Jay. I paint miniatures too. So I feel like, naming these two, since we're doing like they are sort of running their own sort of vigilante groups, I feel like they have to have appropriate names. And they also would conceivably be the type of names or nicknames that orphans, which they both were, might have been given on the streets based on what they were good at. Yeah, you can always share them on Discord or I don't know how else you would, YouTube doesn't allow sharing of links in chat, so. But if it's over on your account, I can always check that out. Justice the Great. Reapsy, if they're related to fire. Yeah. Could definitely play with that aspect. It is a tabaxi. It's a cat. Hey, thanks, Reapsy. It's pretty rough right now. Talking about the latest craft creation. So basically, yeah, if you support the channel, then you get a brick. Here, chat, go away for a second. Yeah, if you support the channel, then you get a brick, and previously those have always been sitting on the craft table, but if I'm not doing crafting stuff, that means for a lot of streams, people aren't on camera. So started building these last night. Definitely prototype. I'm gonna, I think, make them into kind of stone kind of towers. Each of these is its own sort of magnetized platform, so I can also use it for all sorts of D&D stuff at the same time. So it'll get better. It'll get better. But yes, that's how it is for now. Still kind of getting a feel for like the size and trying my best not to knock it over, you know, as much as I can. Oh, thanks, Jay. Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. Bit of a random tangent, but do you have any advice on running Fey Goblins? Got a session tomorrow thinking about fun ideas like Nidlebogs. So, you know, Fey creatures are fun because they don't work like other creatures do. You know, an intelligent fairy, let's say, might be able to dramatically change your life with a conversation. You might lose your name. You might become indebted. So, just spitballing, but Fey Goblins, maybe it'd be something, you know, similarly wild. What could that mean? Like, to a Fey Goblin, you know, maybe they maybe they're very sort of object obsessed. Maybe possession and theft of objects is central to the type of magic that they practice. So in other words, if they want to curse or inhibit someone, all they have to do is drop a cursed copper into someone's pocket. If they can put this cursed thing on you, that's as good as you being cursed. Similarly, they're able to pull things off of you or swipe, pickpocket, or otherwise seemingly kind of get an advantage on you. That may be like a terrible thing. Like, you may be at such an extreme disadvantage. Like, it would be fun to play with Fey Goblins in a way that are, you know, only as threatening as goblins are, unless you find yourself at a disadvantage with them. Then it's like, it's brutal. And they probably need some sort of similarly obvious weakness. I've really only run a couple of sessions in the Feywild, and typically they were focused on roleplay. At least the first session was. My party's sufficiently terrified of the Fey and pretty much won't talk to them anymore because they've seen what can happen. One of them did lose a name. Another one accepted an apple. The question was, would you care for an apple? And they're like, sure, not realizing. And then later found themselves indebted to the Fey court because they didn't properly care for the apple. They didn't fully consume the apple properly. They didn't take the seeds and plant a tree. They didn't do the things that would, qualify as caring for the apple. I think a video may have gone up just a few days ago with my Fey adventure stories. So just so I don't repeat myself, I think that's maybe in this last week of videos, I think. Probably helps if I paint on camera. I hear that's a good thing. Thanks, Pop. Catch you another time, hopefully. Hey, thanks so much. Well, cool. I would say anything. I would say stuff that was like that they've stolen and they don't know how to properly use. Like maybe they've, you know, powerful magic items that they've sort of broken and just sort of, you know, it still technically does something, but not nearly what it could have had they not ruined it. You know, they're nothing if not crafty. Yeah. It's a good opportunity for wild magic in a way that like fits better than most uses of wild magic. I'm gonna go refresh my coffee. Be right back. Two new stairs. Nice. We're big fans of stairs around here. Big fans. Oh, hey, thanks, Gallagher. That's awesome. Appreciate it. Oh, thanks, Insanity. They're getting close. Bug in the middle of my patrol. Awesome. Bronze or copper? Yes. It's definitely metal. No, I've still got plenty to do. Insanity from my local game store. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's almost like I think the concept I like with these characters is them being representative of two vigilante factions that are opposed to a third, and for whatever reason these two factions don't really cross paths, maybe until there's something that incites them. I don't know their names yet, but that's okay because names are hard. Should be pretty convincing red rocks, I hope. Yeah, it's almost like the guy with the whip is a vigilante, like kind of like the Punisher, where it's like, ooh, this is brutal, but extremely principled. And the other is, yeah, who knows what their goals are? Well, we know what their goals are, but their methods are basically brainwashing. I like those because neither one is obviously good. But figuring out which one the party would choose to help would be fascinating. Hey, what's up, Blocks? I am painting up a couple of miniatures. Oh, everywhere. These are 3D printed, though. I think I actually have a video that answers that question better than I can. Hold on. It's a short. I think it's a short. Good. Nefarious is what I was going for. Here we go. Let's talk about where to find miniature. So if you make a character in Hero Forge, there's an option to buy just the STL file, and then you can use that STL file in a 3D printer. Yeah. I don't remember how much. Just depends what you're looking for, you know? 3D printing is pretty great, but you know, there's a cost associated there. There's a lot of fun you can have just getting miniatures right off the shelf. That's what I did for a really long time. Support your local game store, pick up a couple minis, paint them up. See what you like. Nah, you don't need minis. Use dice or jelly beans or whatever you have. Oh, you're a player, not the dungeon master? Yeah, you don't have to worry about it at all. Yeah, Gibson, you'll appreciate this. I've been keeping a stack. I've been making a stack for a few weeks now of creative briefs, like basically ideas that I have that I'm like, I don't know when I'm going to get to this. And one idea, one of those recently was kind of a YouTube experiment a little bit. It's sort of this idea that would be fun to have. I'm not sure it's entirely practical. I'm not sure it would help in a ton of ways, but it'd be fun to have a video that kind of starts off with, you know, getting started with the game from everybody's perspective, dungeon master, player, stuff like that. And then at the end of the video sort of gives you two paths. You know, do you want to be a dungeon master? Do you want to be a player? And then it kind of takes you down a series of probably like unlisted videos. Like I kind of make it a game. I don't know. I'm still mulling it around a little bit. It'd be a bit of an experiment, but I think it could be fun. When you're just getting started out, you definitely want to use, you know, affordable pre-made stuff. Just in general, you don't want to go wild and custom until you even know what you like yet. Yeah, I mean D&D is like pizza, right? But it's not really true that bad pizza, hey, at least you're having pizza. You could ruin pizza for yourself with a bad enough pizza. Can't force a game with a group that's not a good fit. So, you know, and it's tough finding a good group is one of the biggest challenges of the game. Right next to keeping a schedule for a bunch of people that have varying different lives. It's great. Nice. I think these guys turned out pretty dang cool, actually, especially if we're doing two at once. Right now, I feel like the names that they would go by, like maybe Claw, only because Claw sounds, you know, or maybe the Claw is who they're up against, but Claw I like for the monk. Again, we're going with sort of a menacing monk in this concept. I need some sort of I feel like the guy with the whip is very sort of like Punisher vigilante style, so I need to come up with some sort of moniker, you know, which is hard to do. The names are tricky, but I like the idea that they're that they mean well, but have taken wildly different tactics to try to clean up some town. And it's almost like a, you know, some sort of a faction-based idea where it's like whoever you side with, you're going to have to deal with the other, right? It's like the end of GTA 5. Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I was worried that I was going to be lacking in the detail on them, but they actually seem like they have a lot of color. They really pop. Cool. We did it. Not bad at all. Oh, I throw them straight away. Well, this year, you know, well, here's what I'm the goal for stuff like this. I think that when I figure out the process for all of this stuff, I think that the ideas that sort of percolate, the ideas when they're interesting in a stream like this, I want to turn around, take some photos, do some write-ups, create some playtest material, and you know, this becomes some sort of download that I can put on Patreon or wherever else. Like this just becomes like, hey, check out this cool, like this concept here of like factions in a town and these different groups and like, you know, a couple of stat blocks and a little bit of, you know, some ideas for encounters, and that'd be a pretty neat thing that a lot of, you know, it would take some heavy lifting still, but that could work in a lot of people's games. So that's my ultimate goal. But like, I'll use the heck out of these. Yeah, that too. I think that this type of stream would work really well with sponsors. As I look over here, I'm looking to my roadmap. Very high up on that list is what I need to do is I need to put together a you know, a one sheet. Basically, I need to start small, but I need to start doing some cold emails and start getting some. You know, I've got a couple corners on this stream that could easily be sponsored. I think that the way to do this type of stream is to get it ahead of time, right? Get that partnership set up ahead of time. So it's like, hey, this one's going to be like a Reaper mini night. This one's going to be, you know, some other like stuff like that. Like I feel like that would work super well for these, and it would almost be, you know, it's almost a natural fit. So we have a partner without doing any giveaway minis as part of a pack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but I really like the idea of anytime I can like kind of cross over, like stuff on stream is really it's a creative process. So being able to take that and pull that into you know, like a 2-page PDF or something that people can use, that would be very fun. So we'll see. You could do a paint with me too. I don't know what that. Oh, like some sort of paint along type of thing. Yeah, I think there'd be some fun projects. I like personally that this is in the realm of if I was to run some sort of a you know, like people have brought it up in different ways, like some sort of community or like Discord competition. Like it'd be fun. A good baby step into it would be like I really like you know, like hackathons do it well, or I like those types of sort of community events where it's like let's all spend the next couple of days making something. And for miniatures, it'd be fun to do something like that where it's like, hey, you know, for the next, you know, whatever span of time, like the rules are you have to like start with a mini and then you end it. It'd be fun to make like a character kind of character based sort of paint-a-thon, you know, and see what the community can come up with. Not just we're painting and like look at the amazing painting. It's like no. The point is a miniature that inspires you and leads to some character that didn't exist before. Like we could probably in the Discord we could probably populate a small town with a bunch of miniatures actually. I think so. I think it's super fun, and I think the nice part about making like something that can be downloaded for free, you know, put it at a free level on Patreon or whatever, because it is what it is. That gives me that much more room to like make a short video about it, or even make a longer video about it. It just gives it, you know, the concepts a little bit more grip than they have just being contained to these streams. And it'd be fun to take those ideas into the playtest, actual play series that I want to start this year too. So I've got a big roadmap, just say that. It's almost like it's not really about the painting. It's not really about the crafting. Yada, yada, blah, blah. So on and so forth. Oh gosh, I don't even remember. Did I answer any questions in this stream that would be worth clipping? I don't think I marked anything, but I feel like I answered a couple of questions. I feel like I should probably flag this one as one I should review. I think I did. I'll press the highlight button. Bad Ryan, because clearly I'm out of it tonight. I'm supposed to mark those on the time codes when they happen. So this one will be a fun one to edit in the future, but that's okay. That'll be like 3 months from now at minimum. Which reminds me, tomorrow I need to order my my fourth 5 terabyte hard drive for saving stream videos, for saving my streams on. So gotta do that. Hey, you know what? It's not too bad. I think I have the stuff that I have scheduled so far, which runs to another 10 days. I think that gets us up to through July, I think. It might get us to August of 2025. So we're catching up. As long as I keep the rhythm going of one per day, I think it'll get there. Do you know what I need to make? I just kind of realized this. There are multiple people coming through these past couple days. Even though my videos, like most of them are like the questions that people ask, some of them are titles. I need to put a page on my site with a list of common Dungeon Master questions and have each of them link to videos on my channel. Like I need to create like ryanmldm.com/questions. Yeah, link to whatever. Like if it's a video, if it's a short, I've been doing some writing, prepping. Probably I'll launch like a free Substack or something like that. I've been doing some writing, stuff like that. So yeah, I need to frequently asked questions. That's probably a good idea. Hi, Crane. Cool. Well, thanks for hanging out, Gibson. It's a late one, so I think everybody else is asleep. But I always appreciate your... Figure if I can get approval from you on whatever miniatures I painted, then I did a good job. Didn't completely waste my time. Let's see. Yep, I'll be back on a few hours from now to do a daily encounter. Friday night, gonna be more Tunic. Try my best to actually finish Tunic this weekend. You have a good one too. Looks like I'm gonna be hanging out with Crane. He is mandating that. All right. You have a good one. Let me see if I position these guys just right. It's gonna look super cool when I press the button. All right. Catch you next time. So close.